In every video, there's a secret code, a joke or riddle to keep you on the road. His smile a beacon in the digital sea. You laugh and learn, it's a symphony. From Haspel halls to your gaming room, Dan's bassoon will make your heart bloom. One click away from a magic spree. Bassoon Dan is the key to glee. Bassoon Dan on the screen tonight. Feel the groove, gonna be alright. With every note he lifts your day. Bassoon vibes chase the blues away. From orchestral halls to your gaming room, Dan's bassoon will make your heart bloom. One click away from a magic spree. Bassoon Dan is the key to glee. Bassoon Dan on the screen tonight. Feel the groove, gonna be alright. With every note he lifts your day. Bassoon vibes chase the blues away. There's a guy called Danny plays the bassoon on YouTube every night to a gentle tune. With a gleam in his eye and a big brown bat, you click subscribe, you know you're coming back. Bassoon Dan on the screen tonight. Feel the groove, gonna be alright. With every note he lifts your day. Bassoon vibes chase the blues away. In every video, there's a secret code, a joke or riddle to keep you on the road. His smile a beacon in the digital sea. You laugh and learn, it's a symphony. From Haspel halls to your gaming room, Dan's bassoon will make your heart bloom. One click away from a magic spree.
Alrighty, and welcome everybody to the first ever Bassoon Dan live stream here on YouTube. Hello to everybody who is joining. Hi there, people waiting in chat. So glad for you guys to be here. So, we're gonna wait a little bit for people to come around and gather here. I'm gonna explain what I'm gonna be doing today. So, we have this setup going for us right now. Our plan is to take this cane and change it into a bassoon reed. So, pretty chill. This is what I normally do on a Sunday, but wanted to live stream it just for you guys to see the process here. Also, you guys notice there is a reed cam in the lower left-hand corner. So that's going to be super duper helpful for you guys. So if you guys are reed makers, great, awesome. If you guys aren't, chill, relax, hang out, and we'll have some fun. Hi to everybody again. Hi there to Sonic, I see you. We're gonna wait a few minutes here. I just posted on my Instagram, so I'm gonna wait for that. We'll see if anybody will come from there. Anyway, where have y'all been? Everybody okay? Hello, Davey. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining the stream. Okay, as we're waiting for people to come on in, I'm gonna go ahead and prep this next part here. So, I'm pretty sure the audio is pretty okay. I actually have two mics going on right now. I have this one that I'm talking into, and this one over here. This is gonna get all the nice ASMR videos. Any recommendations for an alternative for an easel? All right, so my easel's really beat up. Here, take a look here. So those are all the lines from all the razor marks here. You can honestly, if you're desperate, you can buy a broom. You can buy a broom and just cut off the little broom part. That is probably the easiest way. Honestly, just any solid piece of wood that'll fit the cane will be fine. So I mean, I've made a lot of things work. Do I have a website where I can buy reeds? Sadly, I am not selling reeds right now. I'm only selling them to my current students, and that's like a couple of people. Hello, Knowles Sigma Life. That's a good name. Welcome to the stream. I am just doing some prep work here. Thank you guys for joining. Trying to get back on the content grind here. I've had a very, very busy month, so I wanted to provide a little bit more variety in my content, so hence the reed live stream here. First, if I do say so myself. Did I start off playing bassoon? Yes, I did. So when I joined, how old was I? I was 11, 12 years old. And I originally joined band to play the clarinet. I know, gross. After talking to my band director, he was basically like, "You're a smart kid," which I don't think it's true. I just think he thought I was really weird, and I still am very weird. And so he was like, "You're weird. You got to play one of these weirder instruments." And I was about this close to picking the oboe because, hey, it looks like a clarinet, sure, but he pulled out a bassoon. I had no idea what this instrument was when I got there. I was fascinated by just how weird it looked from everything else. I had never seen anything like it. I didn't even know what it sounded like, but I knew. I was like, this is it. This is my instrument. I will play it. I don't care how bad I sound. I don't care what it takes. I will play it, and here we are. So I did not play another instrument unless you count like piano. But yeah, that should answer your question there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 bunches of twine here. You play the clarinet. Awesome. You have my second, my backup instrument. Alrighty. Let's take a look here. Sorry. Unprofessional. Me check my phone. Okay. Let's get started. By the way, you guys, I do have another ASMR video coming out soon. Because the first one did so well. Alrighty. Just... crunchy. Okay. So right now, our first step right now is to just score the cane. And I'm gonna do that with this. It's just a regular X-Acto knife I got from, you know, Hobby Lobby. Nothing crazy. There we go. Got the ASMR mic turned on. Let's see what happens. Okay, do we have any other non-bassoon players in here? Kind of curious. Okay. Let's use some wire. We got a violinist. Nice. Had to double check that. I wanted to be sure it didn't say violist. I have made that mistake many times. Okay. Now what you guys are seeing here is probably the easiest part of reed making, and the first step of 3 big phases here. Or 4? 3? Probably 3. Keep it right there. Trombonist, let's go. You know, they say trombone players and bassoon players should be like best of best friends because they always have the same parts. So always, as a bassoon player, always have a trombone friend. They will save you. Been there. Okay. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Done with that. Let's... Who is my favorite composer? Man. You know, I feel like this changes every month. I'm not a very decisive person, sadly. My safe answer would be Ravel, but my like probably real answer is Beethoven. Hey, I love you too, stranger. Welcome to the stream. Again, nothing super exciting. I'm just making reads. Because I do not have a life, because it's always time to either practice or make reads. That's all I have time for. Hi, any tips to fix a very soft read? Throw it away. I'm kidding. Usually soft reads are a byproduct of soft cane. And with soft cane, it's really hard to make firmer, right? If you had a hard piece of cane, you can make that softer by just scraping a whole lot, because you can always scrape off cane rather than put it back on. So with a soft piece of cane, there's very little that you can really do to really make it firmer or harder. The best thing you could really do is play around with the tip opening and increase the resistance like that. But at that point, it's you might as well move on to a different read. I know. Okay. Yeah, I don't even bother with soft cane. I can't stand soft cane. It has very little uses for me if I have to play really soft in like a second bassoon kind of setting. Then I'll use soft cane, but it'll only be for that and nothing else. Used to play so much Weissenborn when I was young. Well, nothing stopping you from doing it again. I still play my Weissenborn, and I've played it for the last however many years I've been playing. Yeah, I know. So I know it's really hard to, say, oh, this read sucks, I gotta throw it away. But I've literally made tens of thousands of reads by now, and I just don't have an attachment to them, an emotional attachment. Just gotten a boot joint cleaner stuck in my wing joint. Is there anything? Okay. Do not yank it out as hard as you can. Okay. To fix this, you go to your local hardware store, right? You're gonna buy just any metal pipe. Honestly, you don't even have to buy one. You just find one, and you're going to push that in through the other end. So, if you got stuck pulling it, you're gonna push the metal pipe down here, right? We don't want to make it any worse, so do not pull it as hard as you can. Just take anything. My old private lesson teacher, she would use like I forgot what it's called, but like it was like a part of a trombone, and just stuck it in there and just went boop, and it popped right out. So that's a very common thing to happen there. So be careful. Just whatever you do, don't yank it the same way, like in the same way where it got stuck. Be careful. Okay, not the prettiest, but hopefully it'll play well. Okay. Yeah, the trackball mouse. It's funny. I bought it because one of my friends like, oh, this will increase productivity, and it does. It helps me a lot with editing. I don't get messed up, dragging around stuff. It does help with that, but man, you gotta have a strong thumb to use that, which I do as a bassoon player, so it makes sense. But yeah, I'm also very old, so call me traditional. Okay. Editing in Fortnite. Oh, are you a Fortnite content creator or former? That's pretty cool. I would do gaming content, but there's just so much stuff out there for gaming. I get it. This, like, what I'm doing right now is very niche and, you know, obviously not as popular as gaming content, but like, I'm also just not very good. I'm also not very good at video games. Bassoon is your backup. Nice. Why can't it be your main? There's very little bassoon players here, so having more is better. Make that your main. What cane am I using? So this is, what is this? This is Barton cane. I've been using, what's it called? Just the standard Rieger 1A shape, or 1A, Rieger cane. Rieger cane. I'm mixing that up. Rieger 1A shape with, okay, Rigatti cane. So many R's. Rieger 1A shape with Rigatti cane. That's what I'm using. Sorry, there's so much terminology in the bassoon world. Sometimes you forget. Okay. Hopefully you guys like the reed cam here. I have to dig out my old camera for this, because I'm sure, as pretty as I am, I'm sure you guys just don't want to look at my face for however long the stream's gonna go. If you guys follow me on Instagram, I've been streaming on there because it's way easier, because I just, you know, go off my phone. So this is the first time I'm streaming, excuse me, with any kind of like hardcore, you know, software, you know, using my MacBook here with the nice microphone here, and a second camera angle, which I really wanted to do for a long time. So. Okay, go with the measurements here. Awesome, awesome. Jess, I see you. I see you are a trombone player. Yes, yes, I am acknowledging you right now. There you go. Alrighty, let's do this. Alright, Noah's asking, do you process your own cane or do you buy GSP? I buy GSP because processing takes a lot of time. Now, the initial cost of buying your own machine is expensive. I get it. And then you have more more custom features that you could use with it, but there's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these machines. And with most of these machines, they are either made or need to be repaired in Germany, because, you know, that's where the bassoon is from. And I don't want to deal with that. Alright, I could go out and buy, you know, the machines myself right now if I wanted to, but I choose not to because of the maintenance and of the time. Like, I barely have time to do this. So processing your own cane will take twice as long as this part. Trying to see, do you have a favorite bassoon solo? Yes, always the Camille Saint-Saëns Bassoon Sonata in G major. That is my go-to all-time favorite, without a doubt. Now, there are plenty of very good bassoon pieces that I do like as well. The one you're listening to right now is actually a really good piece. and I really thoroughly enjoy performing that. Oh, by the way, if you guys, haven't followed my socials down here, go do that. Go do that, especially on Instagram. I'm okay on TikTok and YouTube, but Instagram for sure. Let's see, memorizing high notes. Alright, so the higher you go in the bassoon, the more awkward the fingerings get. Like, really, really awkward. So, in that case, you would want to take it down. I know you've been playing for 6 years. You would want to just straight up go back to beginner year, right? Like, really slow, 60 beats per minute, whole notes, with rest, if you want. Right? So the trick is, right, and I notice this a lot too in younger players, is that they'll move some of the correct fingers, but not all of them. For example, up here. So from high G to high A flat, I only move my right hand. Here to here. And then from high A flat to A, I only move my left hand. A flat, A. And then A to B flat is right hand again. So finding these connections and seeing these what's different and what's not different really helps with that. Go very, very, very slowly. Do it with a fingering chart if you need to, and then you take it away. Right, like working on like flashcards in school. Right, take a look at it, study it for a bit, and then test yourself. So if memorizing it is causing you the problem, I suggest not even playing. Just get the fingers. About how many pounds is the bassoon? I wouldn't say, not quite 10 pounds. Or actually maybe 10 pounds. I don't know, I'm so used to it now, I can't remember. No worries. Okay. So if I weren't streaming this whole process, right, going one read at a time, this will take me like 3 minutes each. But again, this is the easiest part. Let's go. Huller bassoons, or Huller? I've never pronounced that correctly. Yes, I do. It's a very solid horn. It's old, but it's solid. It's a solid horn for sure. Whoa. There we go. There we go. Easy. Okay. I have one more in here, and then another 5 in another room. So, let me get through with this part. And then we can move on to part 2. Okay. Oh. Darren, thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate that. Thank you for dropping by on the stream. My first stream here on YouTube. So, I know a lot of you guys are curious about, oh yeah, when are you gonna make a reed making video? I will, in due time, but I want to, it's gonna be a big project because I want to get it from scratch, from the processing all the way to the finished product. And yeah, no, it's gonna take a minute, but I do want to get there. Bassoon is expensive. You are correct. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Oh. All right. Boom. Okay. Thinking about picking up the bassoon again? Go for it. Never too late. One of my closest friends, she was an oboe player in school, and she recently, had the time and picked it up again. So, kudos to her. It's never too late, and it's like riding a bike. You never really forget how to play. So, as long as you pick one up, it won't be like relearning it from the very beginning. So. Heck yeah, reed making. It's a pain. Learning it isn't bad. It's perfecting it that's the struggle here. So it took me a while before I could get like solely consistent and like have, just like, because like there's also a lot of self-doubt too, there are times that I'm like, man, this reed is just crap. I can't play on this. And and I let others play on it, and I let my students play on it, and they're just like, yeah, this is a great reed. And it's like, oh, okay, sure. Why are all of us bassoon players the same? Of all the stereotypes, right? What would you guys consider a bassoon stereotype, right? Because I'm curious to see, right? Part of me thinks it's like, what is it? The bassoon stereotype is like, like smart ass, like, just like really stuffy, like, hi, I'm Howard, I play the bassoon, and I don't think that's quite represented in us. Maybe older bassoon players, sure, but not everyone I've met. So I'm curious, what's the bassoon stereotype here? Alrighty. Josh, thank you. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate the support. Shiro, do I have a Discord? I do. It is locked behind my Patreon. So for $2 a month, you can. You will have access to it, but I'm going to let you know, and I'm going to be honest with myself here. I haven't been doing much of that Discord. Discord is basically dead. So, I do have a Discord. I don't really use it that much. Sorry. But yes, it is there. Alright. So, let's get this in camera here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have these 4. They were just in the jar. Now the next step is I'm going to shove a forming pin in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that might have been loud. There we go. 4 forming pins. Alrighty, now, something I don't really show on camera because it's really hard to show on camera whenever I record these things. I like to heat these up. Oh, wrong camera. This one. Wait. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Ready? Boom. That's that Bassoon Dan YouTube coverage here. Okay, cool. So this is the reed cam here. 1, 2, 3, 4 reeds. Forming mandrels. These are from Barrick Stee's websites. So he is a professional bassoon player. He has his own website. You can buy these from him. So I like to heat these up in a water heater. Now, let me see if I can grab it. One of these things. So this is a hot water kettle. Let me. Boom. All right, this thing, right? I got it for super cheap, I think from like Amazon, right? I only use this to heat up the pins. So what I mean by that, so this little spout here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I boil water in here, wait for the steam to accumulate. It'll make these pins really hot, and then I shove it into the reed here. Okay, so I'm gonna do that right now. Okay. Alright, I gotta catch up on chat here. Alrighty, I think the smart ass is somewhat fair. I mean, yeah, I have met bassoon players that are smart asses, right? I teach high school bassoon players. I know. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I think the smartass is a stereotype. I don't think it's the most prominent. I think bassoon players are just weird in general. Like oboe players are weird too, but they're more like type A weird. Bassoon players are just weird. Trying to see here. Nebula, thank you. You're my favorite bassoonist. Aw, appreciate it. Alrighty. Bassoon players sit down. They are sitting. They won't get up again for. That's so true. I'm attached to the seat. May I make fan art? You know, I've actually never had anyone ask. Yeah, sure. I'm curious. Let me see some fan art. Love the clock. Yeah. This stays with me all the time. So anytime I need to check the time, I go, what's the time? It's time to practice. Right? Notice that it's all like that. I make your reeds so much different than I do. Yeah. So the thing about making reeds is like, it's like making, you know, your favorite kind of grilled cheese, right? Everyone has like a different recipe on how they make grilled cheese. Some people like to just do normal toast and cheese. Some people like to use like Gruyere and Munster cheese and like ciabatta or sourdough bread and all this fancy stuff here, right? So reed making is all different, right? My teacher made reeds completely different from what I did. I learned from my teacher, and then I changed some stuff to fit my style a little bit more. So, when you're first making to learn reeds, it's really important that we stay consistent. So, that might just be, all right, I'm gonna stick with this person's thing and see what happens, and see what changes you need to do. So, with this white twine, I know some people like to use rubber bands. Nothing wrong with that, as long as you are consistent and you get good reeds that sound good and in tune and respond well, then there is no like wrong way, really. All right, Nebula, let's go for it. Give me some fan art, and if it's good enough, I'll put it on the channel. How's that? The name of the piece. Okay, so I got this comment a lot on the reed making short that I did, right? And the reason why I don't say it is because it's in French, and my French is very bad. So I'm gonna see if I can read off the name here. So let's take a look here. Okay, the piece is called Chants derrière saison for harp and bassoon. And that's by Bernard Andress. Okay, Bernard Andress is more of a harp composer than he is bassoon, but the piece is, I think, originally for cello and harp, right? There are different arrangements of it. There's some for horn, and there's some for, obviously, the bassoon. This is actually me playing this. This is from my senior recital in college. Okay. Are you active in any orchestras? I am not. Now, I could be, but I choose not to because as much as I like playing in an orchestra, in the bigger scheme of things, I feel like personally I could be doing more. Hence why I started a bassoon YouTube channel, right? I could join, I don't know, the LA Phil, right? And, have a very respectable career. But in the grander scheme of things, more and more people don't know what a bassoon is, and more people are turned off by classical music. So, who knows? Maybe I will get an orchestra job soon. Maybe I won't. Maybe I stick to full-time content creation. That could be a thing. Cool. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and I like to use the grilled cheese analogy because, I mean, it's true. Everyone makes their grilled cheese a little differently. Everyone makes their scrambled eggs a little differently. So it's a lot of trial and error, especially when you're first learning how to make it. So don't be afraid to experiment with new things. Maybe you'll find something new, something cool. All right, let's listen to this here. Okay. Easy. Oh. Hello, MewFan151. Welcome to the stream. Hey, you guys want to see something cool? So, in the last video I had with the woodwind quintet, right? So I had like the substitute instruments, right? Like, people were like, oh, the French horn is hilarious, whatever, right? What I think is even funnier is the oboe, because I don't have an oboe reed. What I had to do is take one of my old reeds and I basically just shaped the heck out of it until it became an oboe reed. So, here, let's get the reed cam going here. This is my quote-unquote oboe reed. Oh, look at that. I have yet to play on this. I can't imagine what this sounds like. I don't know. Maybe if I'm encouraged enough, I'll try it right now. But this is probably one of the funniest things I've made. The French horn was whatever, right? But this is, I think this is really funny. Anyway. Okay. There's basically no bassoon content on YouTube. There's a handful of really good stuff, but basically nothing. I'm trying my best to make it more known, I guess, to the public. Because the number one reason why I started this channel is because I got tired of people asking me, oh, what's a bassoon? That's my livelihood. That's my degree. That's my career. So, it kind of sucks telling people what I do, and they're just like, I don't know what that is. So, started the thing, and here we are. Could you reach all the way to the collar of the pins? Yes, I do. I shove it all the way until it hits the collar. Bassoon awareness. That's basically my my business idea here. Okay. Again, you can't see this on camera, but these pins are very hot. So we do this. Anyway, and going back to bassoon content creators here, right? Whenever, people bring that up, obviously we have to bring in the OGs, the Breaking Winds. And as much as I love their stuff, right? They do some really neat covers. They're very in and out. Who is messaging me on Discord? Nothing important. Yeah, Breaking Winds of obviously the OGs of bassoon YouTube. Um, they're just not as active as before, which is a shame because they're very good. But for sure, definitely not a whole lot of bassoon content out there. Okay, last pin. Let's listen to this one more time. Ugh. How many reeds do I usually make in a reed? About 12. Because my forming, or my holding, here, this thing, my drying rack, that's what it's called. It holds 12, so I usually just make 12. Contra bassoon. I would love to do contra bassoon content. I just don't own one because they're expensive. Come on. Oh no. Come on. What do I do with all my dead reeds? I throw them away. I either use them for content like this, or I just throw it away. And I tell this to anyone who makes their own reeds, or just, you know, older students of mine. Do not attach your feelings to bassoon reeds. They will let you down in the end. Their lifespan is way shorter than us, right? It will die way before us. So don't expect to keep it and hoard all of it. If I had kept all of my dead reeds I've ever made, right, I would not be able to see my living room floor. Did I ever form with heat? That's currently what I'm doing right now. So I have and I showed this off camera as well. I have a hot water boiler on the side down here. Hold up. Ooh. Right here, this thing. And I usually just boil water and I put the pins in the spout. And then I form with that. Now, there are some people I've met that like to take the forming mandrel and legitimately light it on fire with a torch and then shove it in the reed. You can do that. It'll just turn the inside of your reed, you know, black, because you're basically just burning the inside of it. Okay. Alright, we are done with this part. Now watch this, we're going to rotate. We have to let these dry. These are new. They're still wet, right? They have to form correctly, so this is going to take, you know, about a week. And as we're waiting for that, I'm going to take these dry reeds, I have 4 of them here. We're going to change them into this. A blank. Fire mandrel. Yeah, it was really cool. It was, my friend would grab a lighter and just go, all right, watch this. And then he did it so much, the whole mandrel was black. Yeah, mine's a little dark too. Mine has some heat, just not super dark. Okay. Put this away. Main 2 oboe YouTubers are Zeke Sobo and Spencer Rubin. That's right. There we go. Okay, so with part 2 here, I gotta take off the wire from part 1. And then we're going to sand or bevel the inside. Now, beveling with this, or an internal bevel like this will affect how the reed opens, right? The more we bevel, the more open it will be. It'll also make the tube a lot rounder. So, here, reed cam. There it is. So this is, come on, focus, focus, focus. There we go. This is unbeveled. So we're gonna bevel the inside and we're gonna make it flat, and then it'll make us a tighter seal. leave it for a week. I only leave overnight to dry out the lack of patience. I have done that before. I have been very desperate and left my reeds and just like let my reeds sit for like 20 hours, and then I don't know. It's just I never got good results with it. So it's also kind of a superstition, you know. It's like the longer you leave your reeds on the mandrel, the drying rack, the better it'll be. But not really. I'd say minimum of 24 hours. I've known people that have played on like a new reed the same exact night. So make reeds by putting mandrel over the candle. Yep, I've heard of that too. I just don't do it. I've tried. So long story short, I have burned a reed before by accident, doing something similar. So hence why I do not play with fire. Percussionist entered the chat. Get out. No, I'm kidding. Stay and watch. Stay and watch the struggle. See, when I picked the bassoon, nobody told me I had to be, you know, doing all this reed making stuff. Absolutely nobody. This kind of a whatever. It didn't ruin it for me. It was whatever. How long do I leave my cane in the water? So this part, I'm assuming. Also about a week. So I'm at a point where like it's all cyclical. I just have a cycle going. So I make 12 reeds a week. I soak 12 pieces of cane. So after this, or after when stream ends, I'm gonna soak 12 more pieces in some water, and then let that soak for a week. I come back. I do the exact same thing you guys see me do on camera right now. How long have I been playing the bassoon? A very, very long time. There's a good chance that I've been playing the bassoon longer than all of you guys have been alive. Good chance. Okay. I don't know, man. Well, it's never too late to switch. It's very fun. It is very. Look, I'm having the time of my life right now. I could be out with friends enjoying my Memorial Day weekend, but I'm not. I am here making reeds. Okay. There we go. Alright, so right now I'm putting on some wire here. Some brass wire here. There is a certain order I like to do this in. We do a little bit of that. Come on. Reed making is an art. And just like all art, it takes some time, and if you enjoy it, it isn't very stressful at all. Let's get a few more twists here. Okay, that's one wire done. We got two more. Okay. Easy. Easy, easy. Okay. You know, I just realized, I'm pretty sure you guys have been listening to the same bassoon piece over and over again. I should put on a second one here in a little bit. Ooh. You guys heard that one. Well, thank you for the compliments of the clock. It's always there. Like the sun. It's always there. Elaine Hagenberg, yeah. I'm not a connoisseur of choral music, so I can't really give an opinion on that, but I love listening to it. I just don't know many composers. What time do you practice? Anytime I am not doing this or sleeping or eating. No, I'm kidding. I'm very nocturnal, so I like to practice at 11 p.m. I don't sleep. I don't sleep. She is spectacular. I'll make sure to give that a listen. Okay. Here, I'll let you guys take a look at that. All right. I gotta fix that. There we go. Eat, work, sleep. Eat, practice. Eat, practice, forget to sleep, practice. For me, it's just forgetting to eat. I get through a practice session and my stomach will go blah, 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 and I'll go, oh, I haven't eaten at all today. And yep. It's like, do I want to eat or do I want to work on my scales here? Questions to consider, especially if you're going to music school. All right. That should be enough here. Boom. Alrighty, that's one blank. 3 more. What shape am I using? I am currently using a Rieger 1A shape. And my cane is Rigatti. I'm just using Rigatti cane. One, 2, 3. Okay. Gross. Okay. Favorite bassoon manufacturer? That's a hard one. One is my honest opinion. The other one will lose me a sponsorship if I do. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure they're fine with it. I play on a Heckel right now, so love me a good Heckel bassoon. I like them. I wouldn't say they're my favorite because, I mean, yes, they're all handmade, but if you try to buy a brand new Heckel bassoon, you're going to wait like 15 years minimum. So, Fox is definitely the way to go. But yeah, Heckel 6000 series. So, yeah, so this is a pre-war bassoon. My bassoon was made in 1929. It's that old. It's about to hit 100. Yeah, Heckel is expensive as well. So, Fox is probably my favorite manufacturer just because ease of use, and they've been getting better every year. Like I tried their new 750 bassoons, and honestly, very good. I like it a lot. I should buy one. Yeah, definitely. Go for it. Save up a little bit though. Get yourself something quality. You can get a bassoon for like $2,000, but no guarantee that it'll give you any satisfaction when you're working or when you're practicing. Okay. Which one though? If you're just starting out, Fox, you can get like a cheaper Fox. A Fox Renard 200 series would be a really good way to go. Honestly, if you can afford it, if you can get a used Fox 200 series, so like a 220 or 240 or 260, that will last you pretty much your whole career. pretty much. It's that solid. I have friends that have played professionally in professional orchestras using a Fox Renard 240. Okay? For budget bassoons, a Fox 240 or 220 is goated. Goated. The only thing about that is make sure you do your research if you do get a Fox. There are a lot of numbers and a lot of different variations, you know. Some of them are short bores, some of them are long bores, some of them have different kinds of wood, some of them are whatever. So if you do go the Fox route and, you know, you spend money on that, on a used one, it's, you know, it'll last you for a while, for sure. Before buying my first professional grade bassoon, I played on a Fox 240. So nothing wrong with that at all. Thoughts on Schreiber? They are a bassoon manufacturer. Of all of the bassoon manufacturers out there, they are one of them. And that is all I'm going to say on Schreiber. Thank you for asking. Alrighty. Again, trying to be professional here. Right, I'm not trying to burn any bridges. There's only so many bassoon-related sponsorships I can get. Use 240. Okay, well, okay. If you're looking to upgrade out of a 240 here, what is your budget? Because budget does matter. If you're going, if you're going from, you know, like, so a Fox 240 used would run you like maybe like 8 grand. Okay, which is fair. 7 to 8 grand. We'll call it that. If you're looking to sell that and upgrade to a slightly better one, a Fox 201 would be a nice like mid-tier jump. But if you want to make the jump straight up to professional, I would suggest jumping to a Fox 660 and beyond. 660, I don't know what the current market value price is. I played on a 660 before getting this Heckle, and I paid about 25 grand for that one. So, pretty significant jump, yes, but again, 20k. Oh yeah, you can. I would suggest getting like a used, what's it called, a used 600 series. Now, with 660s, the reason why I say that, because 660 is also a short bore bassoon, like the Fox 240 is. So the 660 will feel like an upgraded 240. So it would be the most familiar to you. So that's the one I would recommend. Look for used ones. I bought my 660 brand new from the factory, hence why it was 25 grand. But if you look for used ones, you could probably find a cheaper one. Did I get into all district, all state band? Yes, I did. I pretty much made every single region band, orchestra, area, all state thing, except for my freshman year. I did not make state my freshman year. Ooh, boo. Washed. Boo. I'm kidding. But yes, I did make all state 3 of my 4 years. Yeah, no problem, Leroy. Just trying to give you advice. I mean, $20,000 is a lot of money, you know, and I don't want you to go out and make the wrong choice here. Okay? So, no matter which bassoon or which company you go for, always play test. Always play test. Always play test for like at least a week. And put it in context. So if you're rehearsing with a band or orchestra, take it to the rehearsal. There you go. How many bassoons do I have? I used to have 2. And then I sold one of them so that I could buy a new car. And no, that's for real. Bassoons are that expensive. So I sold my old one and I bought a new car with it. That's what I did with it. Hi there, Dragon Nightmare. Welcome to the stream. Okay. We do this here. Alrighty. After this one, I'm going to change up the music a little bit because I'm pretty sure you guys are getting tired of listening to me play the same piece for forever. So, Give me 1 second here. Alright, cool. So right now you guys should be hearing the Sansons. So, just switching it up a little bit. Okay. We continue. Boo. Boo alto clef. All my friends hate alto clef. Read tenor clef like a normal, sane person. Okay. Nope. Who is texting me? That's on me. I forgot to put it on work mode. Okay. There we go. I love tenor clef. Right now, if you don't play as high, it doesn't do much for you. But when you get to my old age here, reading lines above the staff becomes more complicated. I don't want to break out my reading glasses. Screw that. I'm going to take that tenor clef and run with it. I like it. I like it better in the terms of, or for the sake of, I can read higher notes better and more consistently. So, I like tenor clef. I don't love it like bass clef, but I do like it a lot. And I know the argument, it's like, oh, why can't it just be written in treble clef? I don't know. That's an I don't know question. Tenor clef is just a nice, like, it's a party trick for sure. Alright? You show up to any party, hey, I can read tenor clef, look how cool I am. Okay. Easy. You know, I can't imagine trying to play, bolero without tenor clef. That's very high. Bassoon reed brand for a beginner. Oof. Okay. When talking about buying bassoon reeds, like, so yes, I'm fortunate enough to make my own, but there was a time, way back then when we had, black and white television where I had to buy my own reeds. And so I bought it from a bunch of different sources. I bought it from my old private lesson teacher, who either makes her own, or would buy them from other professional bassoon players. I don't really have a source for beginner reeds. I mean, you could take a look at like Bulk Majority. They have like the medium soft or whatever grade that they do. You could use that, but buyer beware. That's all I'm going to say. Whenever I teach beginners, I basically essentially make the same reed, but I make it, you know, thinner so that it'll be easier for them to play. That's the only difference, because, you know, I don't want to give my beginners crappy reeds, right? The guarantee that I have is that whatever reed you buy from me, I guarantee that it'll play. Because I would not give you a reed that I would not play on myself. And if you don't like it, I can play on it. So, stuff like that. Okay. There we go. Okay. How does one play the bassoon? Very carefully. Very, very carefully. Okay. Cuts. Very nice. If I were to buy your or another professional bassoons reeds, so they all differ by who the person is and, you know, how much work they put into it, whatever, or the quality of cane and whatnot. I usually charge $23 per reed that I make, only because I could charge more. I could, you know, put the whole like, oh, the official Bassoon Dan bassoon reed, here you go, $40, right? But I'm not trying to do that because I know one of the things, especially when you're beginning to learn how to play the bassoon, is the cost. Bassoon's expensive, reeds are expensive, reed making tools are expensive. I don't want the cost to be a hindrance and why you can't learn bassoon. So I make them fairly affordable. Now, could I go cheaper? Yeah, but also, you know, I put a lot of time and labor into it. So, yeah. When you make your own reeds, I can charge $100 for mine, and maybe somebody will buy it. But chances are, I don't want them to be discouraged about it. Again, I don't sell my own reeds to the public, so I wish I could help you guys out. I wish I could sell reeds to everyone here, but it's just me. What drink is this? This is BCAAs, or amino acids, to help me get my gains. Because even though I'm making reeds here, I'm also trying to build a little bit of muscle here. Do I ship my reeds? I do not. Sorry. All right. There we go. Nope. And then one more. Bassoon is fantastic. It's a rare instrument that doesn't get enough love. And then if you do decide to play it, you'll be definitely one of the more unique people in your group. You might be the only one, but hey, if you can handle the pressure, go for it. Oh, well, let's listen to this. Nice. Very well done. Man, I've already been live for an hour. That's crazy. Time flies, right? Neck straps or seat straps? I use seat straps primarily. I have a lot of neck problems, so reed making doesn't make it any better, but you know, standing and playing with a neck strap really hurts for me. If I do have to stand up, I use a harness, which balances out the weight a little bit more across the body. But I still don't prefer that, because standing versus sitting, there are different angles the bassoon approaches you at. It's small, but it does make a little bit of a difference, so I try not to stand unless absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary. Ooh. Okay, I want to play with my church. My father has a Schreiber. And my father has an extra bassoon. Laringrado. Hold up, I gotta look this up. I'm pretty sure I've seen the Laringrado. I feel, is a Laringrado? What is that? Laringrado. Is that a Baroque bassoon? Oh, Lenin. Okay, got it. I can't read. Leningrad bassoon. Okay. It's actually really cool. It's really cool that so it's pretty rare. Those are rare instruments there. A Leningrado bassoon is a Russian-made bassoon. Honestly, I haven't played on a Russian bassoon at all, so I can't give you an answer to that. But if it's anything Russian-made from the Soviet Union era, big question mark. I don't know. It might be the best bassoon ever. It might not be. Whatever it is, good or bad, it's very rare. So, a Schreiber for sure is a good beginner horn. So, do that. I would say play around with the other bassoon, the Leningrado bassoon, and see what happens. So, I would say yes. Again, I've never played on it. I'm solely just basing it off the images that I see here. Yeah, it is Soviet era. trying to see. If I had to guess, what I'm not sure. It might differ in years too. It might be a much older bassoon as well. So it's one of those, like, I have to take a look at it myself. So sorry if I didn't really answer your question. If anything, it gave me more things to think about. But I'd say try it out, see what happens. If your father is willing to teach you bassoon, go for it. It wouldn't hurt. A bassoon is better than no bassoon, for sure. This is actually my very first time streaming here on YouTube. I usually would stream on Instagram, you know, and it would be like even more casual than this. I don't have anything fancy. This is my first like actual like real like, hey, look, I have overlays. I have this microphone. I have a second camera, you know. This is the first time I'm ever doing anything like this. So if you guys like it, I might do more. I might do more of it because I know a lot of you guys like to watch some reed making. The violas of band, question mark, say saxophones, maybe. I'm trying to see if I were to arrange an orchestral piece of music for wind band, who would play what part? It's either like soprano saxophone, maybe third clarinet, second clarinet. I wouldn't say horn, maybe horn, but I'd say it's like a reedy-ish instrument. So third, second clarinet, and whenever. Third, second clarinet, or saxophone. That's probably my guess. If I had to play a different instrument, what would I play? I love the French horn. I don't know if I'll be good at the French horn, but I'd give it a try for sure. Or piano. I want to be a classically trained pianist. They're really cool. Okay. Next step. Probably the easiest step. We coat this whole thing in top coat, or just clear nail polish. Is bassoon the first instrument you played? It's the first wind instrument I played for sure. Before that, I mean, I had piano lessons. I wasn't very good, but it was okay. But I would consider the bassoon the first real instrument I played. So right now I am just putting on some nail polish. I'm creating a nice little outer seal. Let's take a look. So we do this. Nice and clean. Oh, by the way, you guys see that yellowish reed? You guys will see that in a video coming up very, very soon. I do another bassoon ASMR video, if you can call it that. And that should be coming out pretty soon. Boom, so. Nice and pretty. Glossy. Now, I'm gonna wait for this to dry. I'm gonna do it for the other 3 reeds here. Yep, going back. Okay. When did I start? I started the bassoon when I was 11 years old, so a while. What is the cello of the band? The cello of the band? It's the bassoon. Easy, without a doubt. Similar range. Cello is also reed and tenor clef. Very warm. It's definitely the bassoon for sure. You could make an argument for a trombone as well, which, you know, I don't hate, but I do think it's more bassoon. Yeah, I've had a lot of comments, or whenever I was in school, it's like, oh, you want to imitate the warmth or the length of the cello line here. So, and also we double a lot of cello stuff on music anyway, so it only makes sense. Okay. We let this dry. Moving on. Salome or Queen of Spades at the Met. I did not. I had a lot of my friends see Salome, so I saw it by proxy. Learning bassoon, or at least the book to learn bassoon. I've heard good things about the Vocal Majority beginner book. You can use that. The Weissenborn, I don't mind, but you have to get like the like more updated version. So the one I have is the purple book, which is like, you know, a classic for sure, but it's, you know, it was written in like the 1800s. It's very outdated. And so you can get the updated one. I think Frank Morelli did the updated version. And you can use that, and it's a much better beginner book. You can also, again, you can use the Vocal Majority beginner book as well. A beginner book to avoid is the Essential Elements bassoon book. Now, I actually do have this book, and it's fine, but there are a lot of different or wrong fingerings, and not so great material in there. So those are some good places to start. I do not have pets, so it's literally just me by myself here. No pets. I'm too busy practicing to take care of a pet adequately. Unfortunate. Essential Elements. Like I said, I still have the book, and I keep it because I think it's funny. Okay, so that is part 2 done, or the second segment of reed making. So we went through the mummies here, right, shoving a pin. Now we went through this part. Now the third part requires me to play. So I have my bassoon out right here. I have some finished reeds here, haven't been clipped yet. We're gonna cut a few of them open and see what happens. Okay, go away. Okay, first things first, what I always like to do is I like to ream my reeds, and basically what this is it's just a reed reamer. It makes your reed fit on your vocal. So right now, this bottom part should touch this gold part. It's not quite there yet, so with the help of my ASMR mic, we're gonna go. Right, so after reaming it, we're now at the base. Vacuum tube French horn concert. Yeah, they're performing a concerto pretty soon, so stick around. Okay, that's done with that. I'll come back to that later. Oh, okay. Alrighty, so now I'm not gonna use this big jar. I'm gonna use little jar. We do this. Okay, so whenever I like to soak the reed here, it's gonna take a minute for it to get completely soaked. As I'm doing this, I'm going to get the tip cutter up. This little thing, this fancy Rieger tip cutter, right, is like 250 bucks, and all it does is you put your reed on here and you go, and it cuts the tip. That's it. 250 bucks for that. Collabing with TwoSet. Well, there's a couple problems about that. Number one, they don't know I exist. That's probably the biggest one. Number two, and more importantly, I think they have since quote unquote retired. So I don't think I'll be collaborating with them anytime soon. Okay. Other things I need. File. Plaque. This thing. Okay. We let that soak for a bit. Anything else I need from here? Nope. Literally, that's it. All right. A couple things here as we're waiting. If you are getting into reed making for the first time, right? Very first thing you should do is holding mandrel, this thing, and a pair of pliers. These are the first two things you will need. Okay? And when you're first learning to make reeds, you need to understand how the wires work, right? So opening it up, squeezing the wires, closing the wires, etc. So there you go. Those know I can play. So with the low A extension, low A obviously. I could go lower than that with the vacuum tube thing, but I currently used it for a French horn, so it is no longer in use, sadly. So low A would be what I am gonna go with. Okay. What was I saying? All right. Holding mandrel, pliers. First two things you need. Right. Do I have a reed? Sure. We use this one. One of the first things you want to learn is basically how to squeeze the first wire to open it up. Come on. There we go. And then squeezing the second wire, the middle wire, actually closes the reed back down. So learning to play around with that and learning to be gentle with that is a skill. So if you are learning to make reeds, get those two things first, and then we can introduce, you know, the plaque and the file and the knife. So if you're ever interested, just get those two. They're also pretty cheap. Cheap meaning like 20 bucks each. Okay. Heck yeah. Okay. There we go. Goodbye. Thank you for dropping on by. Appreciate it. What should I do for a bassoon solo? Depends on your skill level. Okay. Alrighty. Now that the reed is thoroughly soaked, all the wires go down. Have I ever played The Tempest? No, I have not, sadly. Okay. Now we cut the tip. And I like to do mine at about 28 millimeters. And it's kind of hard to show on camera, but it's that number. Right? That's where the middle of the first wire should be. Now, I like to make it a little bit longer because, and this is like the golden rule of reed making here, you can always take cane off. You can't put it back on. I've tried. And theoretically the best instrument to do it with a bassoon. Another bassoon. Duh. Besides that, oboe, because double reed family. Flute or clarinet, because it allows for, you know, some variety of high instrument, low instrument. And yeah, usually just pretty much any woodwind that's not a saxophone would be okay. Or bass. Actually, no, I've played stuff with bass clarinet, it's fine. Okay. Will I make an oboe reed? I already have. Look, ready? Ta-da! Ta-da! Yeah, that's an oboe reed, right? Duh. Have I ever played the English horn? Nope. I am not an oboe expert whatsoever. Don't know how to play it, don't know how to make reeds. Okay, razor blade time. What if the school has no bassoons? Well, like a lot of different schools probably won't have bassoons. Usually if there is a bassoon part and you guys have no bassoons, it almost will likely be doubled by either tenor sax or baritone, or bari sax, or bass clarinet. Right, especially if it's like a younger group, like a middle school group. There's not really like a whole lot of bassoon solos in middle school. This is not Vivaldi, this is the Saint-Saëns Sonata. Okay. Good enough. All right. Now we go to probably the most difficult part here, the scraping. So, let's get into it. Let's listen. Yep. Bassoon parts usually go to tenor, euphonium, or trombone. Yeah. Usually how that goes. Man, all of you guys are talented playing multiple instruments. I just play the bassoon. My band director said when I was in school that I don't really have the lips for a brass player. So, never even tried. Okay. Welcome back, Nebula. Thanks for joining again. We are on part 3 of reed making, the scraping, and then eventually playing. And I'll let you guys listen to a reed that is in progress. Because not every reed turns out good, sadly. Played the flute in 5th grade and discovered that I'm really bad at breathing. Yeah, flute and tuba need a lot of air. Like, it's shocking how much air is needed. I played on a tuba before. I maybe got through like 4 beats before I was like, yeah, I'm winded. It's a lot. For sure. Okay. All right, we turn this around. Okay. Having a double check here. Thing about double reeds, whatever you do on one side, you gotta do to the other. Hence, you know, double the amount of reed. Huh. It looked like a flute or clarinet player. Huh. That's always a fun guessing game. Trying to guess people's instruments. Cello's cool. Love the cello. If I had to learn any string instrument, it would be the cello. Have I ever played the Alec Wilder bassoon horn duets? I have not. I've heard about it. They're one of the few bassoon horn duets that are out there, but I've never played any. Ludington, Michigan High School Jazz Band. I am not from that area, so nor do I play jazz. So doubly no. It's completely missed here. Double bass is huge. It's a cool instrument for sure, but you gotta have the length to do that. Okay. That too. Not only do your hands have to be big, it's basically just ends up being a big old callus by the end of it. A few of my friends are professional double bass players, and like it's like their whole fingertips are just calloused. Both hands too, not just the left hand, the right hand too, from all of the pizzicatos. Hey there, Braden. Welcome to the stream. We're just making reeds. Right? Probably the coolest and sexiest thing ever known to mankind. Just making bassoon reeds here. Alright. Still too thick. We scrape again. Thank you, Braden, for the kind words. Alright, I'll make a note of it. I'll check out the Ludington, Michigan Jazz Band here. For sure. Okay. Alrighty, folks. It has now come to the time. I need to play on this reed. So, I want to give you guys a fair bit of a headphone warning. I'm going to mute the music and one of the microphones here. I'll keep this one on just to see. But if it ends up being really loud, please let me know and I can turn down the volume a little bit. So, let's give it a shot. Ooh. Oh, that's tough. All right, flip it around, see what happens. Okay. Okay, so it is promising. A lot of good things about it. It's very tough. It hurts my face. So we rinse and repeat. All right, let's turn the music back on here. Actually, now is a good time to do this. I'm going to switch to our heart piece here. Okay. So, anyways, was that too loud, you guys? I can't hear from my end. So, please let me know. If it's too loud, if it's too soft, if it's just right, let me know. Other than that, I'm gonna go back to scraping. So right now, I'm basically taking off cane because it's a very resistant reed right now. It responds, which is a good thing, but it responds with a lot of discomfort. So we get it a little bit more comfortable. Just right, perfect volume. Heck yeah, let's go. Again, my first time doing this on YouTube, so I'm glad I nailed it the first time. Alright, I'm kind of curious, right, now that we've got a little audience here. How did you guys find my content? I'm curious. Was it YouTube Shorts? Was it looking up bassoon videos on YouTube? Did a friend recommend you? I'm curious. How did you guys find out about this channel? Okay. Turn it back around. Looked up bassoon videos about the tenor clef. Heck yeah. Hopefully that helped you out. And the range. Nice. Shorts. Alright, trombone Timo. Nice, nice. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alrighty, so a little bit of everything, right? A little bit of shorts. I'm surprised by the amount of people who have found me through longer videos. That's awesome. I do have more long form videos coming soon, I promise. It's just, obviously, I've been busy. Hello there, Mr. Ants, Mrs. Ant, Ants person, the percussionist person, I'm assuming. Alrighty. I was searching for euphonium concert stuff, and one of your videos got recommended, so I decided to watch. Stayed for the bassoon knowledge. That's right. That's right. Okay. Can I do a collab with Mrs. Allen one day? We are friends. It's just we live in completely different states, so collaborating would be a little difficult. Mr. is a bit much. I apologize. I will not use that. I did do a review of Mrs. Allen, and I had to let her. I messaged her. I was just like, "Hey, just a heads up. I saw your video. I'm doing a video on it. Okay, thanks. Bye." I don't think she was mad. She was really happy about it. Sears Gamer is such a big fan. Thank you. Alrighty, again, music's going off. And then we're testing this out. Round 2. Okay, better. Still need some work. Okay, let's take a look. Yes, Mrs. Allen she is awesome. I like her stuff a lot. We're still working on flicking and venting. Would be nice if you could post more too. It's really funny you mention that, cause that might be my next video. Hint, hint, wink, wink. So expect that to be coming very soon. I've been in the works making a video on flicking, and it's getting there. We are getting there. Because I've been meaning to make a video on flicking for the longest time, and we're almost there. I just need to go through it, edit it, add some more funnier things here. It'll be great. So just find bass clefs laid out like trouble. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. And then if they're done, so I can keep it. Heck yeah, yeah. So there have been times when I had to like transpose bari sax music, and it's basically just reading the same as bass clef, but you have to think in you have to assume the key of E flat. So if the music is written in the key of C for bari sax, in concert pitch it'll be in E flat major. So B flat, E flat, A flat. It's also how I learned to read tenor clef, is by reading a bunch of clarinet music. If you read B flat clarinet music and pretend like it's tenor clef, then you'll play the correct concert pitches. The only thing is technically it's down an octave from whatever written pitch, but it works the same. Still don't fully understand transposing instruments. Yeah, me neither. I still don't either. I can kind of transpose in and out through certain instruments. I think English horn gives me the roughest time for transposing, which I don't know why. I could do horn just fine. I could do like French horn just fine, but English horn throws me off. Contrabass clarinet. Now that's a beast. Contrabass clarinet, man. I used to sit in front of one too. Make your whole seat shake. Every 12 or all the 12 major scales. Yeah, I could do that. Shouldn't be too hard. What pitch is English horn? I want to say English horn is in F or G. It's one of those two. Which is annoying. I want to say it's an F because it should be the same as a French horn, but I could be wrong there. F, yeah, okay. Same as English horn and same as a French horn. Hello, I'm back. My music stand pieces came off, so I had to fix it. Oh, that's unfortunate there, Brayden. You know, speaking of music stands, you should get yourself a Craft Geek music stand. It's foldable and won't break down on you. You can use my referral link in the description. And also I get paid, so. I'm just saying, if a music stand is causing you a problem, you know, do that. So, shameless plug is a shameless plug. Go out and buy a Craft Geek music stand. I do genuinely like it, by the way. Yes, Crazy Crafts, get one. Get one, get a Craft Geek music stand. A little pricey, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little pricey. But think of it as like a quality purchase for life. I use it all the time. It's call it the Craft Geek with a K music stand. I did a video about this on my YouTube channel. You can check my shorts. Craft Geek music stand, the capsule music stand. $2. Have I been live? I have been live for 2 hours. Well, the crazy thing is I'm still not done. We still got a bit more time to go through here. Think about this. It's been 2 hours. This is my first read. This is the first read that I clipped today. Okay. Round 3. Alrighty, now it's a read. Now we got something here. Way better. I hope you guys can hear the difference from the first time I played on it versus now, right? Way easier, way more in tune, way more responsive. Yeah, there we go. All right, to test out a read, I like to just do some random excerpts. So let's have some fun. All right, first things first. All right, fine, Laura, I'll play the lowest note. Ready? There you go. All right, yep, sound is clear, blah, blah, blah. Computer ran out of battery. What did I miss? You missed me playing on my first read today. So I got more stuff. I have halftime music for this coming up marching season, and I'm struggling. Ooh, tough to hear that. I forgot. Yeah, it's what is it? It's the end of May. It's the official start of marching band season. That sucks. Highest note. Okay. Okay, that was the highest note. Ta-da! Alrighty, I wanted to play bassoon because of Peter and the Wolf and me and my grandfather used to watch. Ah, nice. Ugh, I forgot it. Okay, but something like that. Okay, now that I am almost satisfied, you know what? I'm gonna work on it one more time. Alrighty, we got one more time. I'm gonna do a little bit more, and then I'm gonna put this read away. Alright, so as I'm nearing the end of this read, I'm going to soak up another read. Now, how many reads do I usually try to clip in one sitting? I try to get at least 4 in a sitting here. That's correct, Daniel. It is an E5. I did not play G flats. My horn can't go that high, so I don't have the right attachments and keys for that. I don't have my marching band music yet. Not yet. What? Okay. Alright. We soak this one. And I'm gonna work on one more. Okay. Which side is thicker? Wire up. Okay. Children's song, Over the Hills and Far Away. Whatever. I know how the piece goes. I don't know the notes, so probably not today. How long does it usually take you to make a read? One read, from beginning to end. If I had to count, so if without accounting the time for like for it to form and wait, you know, like for it to dry. For one read, let me think. Probably like 2 hours, but you add the factor of having to let it sit over a week, and it's 2 weeks and 2 hours, so quite a bit of time. Transformation, about a wooden sword that turns into a metal sword. Sounds pretty badass. In symphonic and intermediate band, I had to play the cymbals in winter and fall marches. My friend was disappointed he couldn't do marching band because he was already renting his bassoon. Yeah, now marching band and bassoon really don't get along together, and actually I have another video coming out on that pretty soon. It's gonna be a big one. That one's gonna be a lot of fun because I want to redo my marching band video because I feel like I could do better. Huh. What type of reed are we making? Just a regular old bassoon reed. Right now we're just on the first one, and I've been live for over 2 hours now. Only because we did some forming and we did some wire placement stuff. Alrighty, this is the last thing I'm doing on this one, and then I'm gonna go for a walk. Bye. The stream has been nice. All right, thank you, Crazy Crafts, for joining. There's a good chance I might still be on when you come back for your walk, but thank you again for joining. Hertzberg, Fox, etc. All right, this is a Rieger 1A shape with Rigati cane. Okay. All right, we try this again. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm done with that one. Leave that alone. Let it sit and mature over time. Oh. And then we go from there to read number 2. Before I do that, I'm going to stand up. I haven't stood up in like 2 hours. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. Round 2. Where is my razor blade? There it is. boom ba-dum ba-dum boom ba-dum 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 boom boom ba-dum boom ba-dum 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 dum ba-dum ba-dum. Okay, let's clip. Now that you guys saw me do the first one, we get the second one going, and the second one will be quicker than the first one. And there we go. Let me do a social media check because which, by the way, since I'm doing the social media check, go follow me if you haven't. One of these 3 social media platforms down here: TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Go for it. Okay. Easy. In the background, so the music I've been playing this whole stream is actually me playing from various recitals and stuff. So right now you're currently listening to me play the harp and bassoon duet by Bernard Andres. If you were what's called earlier in the stream, I tried pronouncing it because it's all in French. Alright. Alrighty, goodbye, ants. Thank you for dropping on by. Keep on practicing your paradiddles. Did I go to college? Yes, I got my degree in bassoon. I went to a college. Hello, Hamilton. Hamilton the dog. There we go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the slurred A's. Yeah, that's just warm up. Just testing out reeds. You know how it is. My favorite warm up sequence is the entire Mozart concerto, and a bunch of down slurs. So why not? Oop. Anyway, regarding the background music, can't really share it because they're just my personal files. So maybe I'll put them up online eventually, but right now they're just the secret files, the personal files. You know, it's funny. I have the Saint-Saëns as like my backup piece on here. I need to put the Vivaldi on here. I do play the Vivaldi in E minor. That'll be the next piece we switch to in a little bit here. What model do I have? I have a Heckel 6000 series. So, again, my bassoon was made in 1929. So, we're approaching 100 years for my bassoon. Mozart only. Well, it is a warm up, you know. You gotta start easy with the Mozart exposition, and then you work your way up, you know. And then at the end, you finish it off with some, let me name a person here. Trying to see, Tomasi. Tomasi's okay. Who am I thinking of? Oh, Pierre Max Dubois. That's what you end with. Give me some good sonatine tango. Oh yeah, the clock. Yes, that's right. See, I didn't even know I was streaming for over 2 hours because in my head, I'm thinking of this clock. It's just time to practice. What time is it? It's time to practice. And then you do that until you fall asleep and rinse and repeat. I play clarinet, but I want to switch to bassoon. Do it. Do it, do it. There's too many clarinet players. Switch to bassoon. There's like a cajillion of y'all. Switch to bassoon. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. The newcomer is here. I am in the middle of making a bunch of reads. This is read number 2. And you're thinking, what? You've been live for over 2 hours. This is only read 2? Yep. Tells you how much time goes into read making here. Now, to be fair, if I weren't streaming, this whole process goes by a little bit quicker. But just want to give you guys a little bit of an insight to what goes on here behind the scenes. And also why I don't produce content as much as I want. I really, really want to produce content like once a week. You know what I mean? I've been so bad with uploading. It's just, I've been busy. You know, I do teach. So I have to do that, and then I have to go home and make a bunch of reads like this. So, very busy person. A tip profiler? I have. I've considered using it, but I don't know. It's just, again, it's the same reason why I don't like this purchase. So this is a Rieger tip cutter, right? It just cuts the tips of blanks. It cost me like 250 bucks. That's all it does. And so like it's a bit too overpriced for what it does. That's kind of what I think a tip profiler is. I could spend the money and buy a tip profiler, but I would just get the same results as if I used razor blades, you know? A whole box cost under 20 bucks. So, there you go. Do I play for an orchestra? I do not. I teach a whole bunch and I make content. And hopefully, if this goes well, I could do more content. Practice, practice. That's right. The clock says it. Obey the clock. Music performance on Wednesday. Let's go. Wednesday. Wait, hold up. What? It's almost June. Okay. Where do you get your reed making supplies? I get them from a lot of places. Good place to start is Forest Music, right? If you're any double reed player, oboe, bassoon, English horn, contra, whatever. The number one place, to find everything is Forest Music. Now, between you and I, it's a little overpriced. You can find some other stuff like from Midwest Musical Imports. They have a lot of stuff there as well. You can go to Miller Marketing, which is actually where I got my wire from here. Boom, millerdoublereed.com. So, a lot of my stuff came from there. The only thing that probably didn't get from there is what is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm holding it. I'm done. This holding mandrel. This I got straight from the Fox website. What else? This, the pin vise, and the pins and drying rack. This thing I got from a bassoonist called whose name is Barrick Stees, Barrick Stees, Stees, right? He's a professional bassoonist. I think he plays in the Cleveland area. Very good person. He has his own website that you can buy reed products from, and that's basically like my main 3. There are a couple like outliers that are like, you know, like pretty expensive things that I like to treat myself, like the file. Excuse me. This file is this one. This is a Grobet diamond file. This cost me like 40 bucks, but it is a very good file. The Rieger tip cutter is 250. I got this from any place that sells Rieger. So I want to say I got it from Forest. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. And the reason why I spent money on the more expensive things is because my first diamond file, I used it so much that it doesn't even scrape off cane anymore. So I treated myself to a nicer end file, and yep. Hey, why haven't you made a video in a while? Because I'm either practicing, making reads, or teaching, right? So I do have a lot of content planned very soon. It's just, again, Bassoon Dan isn't a team, it's just me. right? I do all the editing, I do all the arranging, I do all the performing. So I have to balance that out along with my work schedule. So I do want to upload more. I really do, right? And I really do enjoy making content for you guys, but I wish there were more hours in a day. What makes the file better than others? I use a $10 set of Amazon. So, whether or not if it's like a diamond file or not really is what's called important there. Diamonds last way longer and is usually much finer. So this GrowBay file is a very fine file. So when you're working on reed making stuff, you have less risk of like scraping off more cane than intended. It allows me to be more flexible with it and allows me to get into like some like tougher places, like for example the channels, right? If you have like a cheaper file trying to scrape the channels, you end up scraping the rails or the spine and etc. etc. So I like it a lot. I noticed a big difference. I mean, the $10 set you get on Amazon is fine, I'm sure, as long as you're scraping off cane. I mean, I've seen people scrape off cane with a hunting knife, so it's you know, you can save money on it. You don't need to have an expensive file. It's just something I like to do to treat myself. Salutations, Florp TV. Welcome to the stream. Beginner bassoons that I recommend. Okay, so beginner, depending on what your budget is, right? If you can afford it, anything by Fox, really. A Fox 200 series bassoon, a Fox Renard 220 or 240 is goated, right? It's a little expensive. You buy a used one, a used one goes for like 8 grand, right? If you can afford it, right? If you're really into it, that 240 will last you pretty much your entire career, guaranteed. And if you can't spend it on that, they do make plastic bassoons that will get you at least through your beginner year or your first year. You could do that. That one costs a little bit less. I don't want to say 4 grand instead. Now they do make bassoons cheaper than that, you know, like 2 grand, 3 grand bassoons. I wouldn't touch them, only because bassoon is already a hard instrument. You don't want to let your experience be ruined by a crappy instrument. So there you go. Quality over quantity is what I go by. All right, I gotta take this. I gotta speed this up. Let's go super fast. Are the plastic Foxes 6K now? Oh man, inflation. Inflation. That sucks. Man, I thought they were 4K this entire time. Dang. Well, they're 6K then. Yeah, definitely get a Fox 240. So, for sure. Oh no, what, choked? What happened? Leroy, what happened? It used to be like 5 years ago. Man. This reed is so thick. Okay. I don't want to have to do this, but usually when a reed is really thick and it's taking up a lot of time, I switch from file to knife. Now, I don't like using knife as much because I'm not as good with a knife. And number two, it's a much larger risk of messing up. But I'll do it for the content. Why not? I was super nervous. I keep practicing auditions. So now, like with auditions, right? And a lot of younger players will struggle with this too. Uh, Practicing to perform is a different skill than practicing in a practice room. You could practice, we joke about it. You can practice 40 hours a day, but if you don't learn to practice or play or perform in front of people, then you're not really working on, stage presence. And think about this. I'll use myself as an example here, right? When I first started doing content creation stuff, right? Not the most comfortable thing to be doing on camera, right? To make yourself look, whatever. But the more times you do it, the better you get at it, right? And this goes for auditions as well. The more auditions you take, or the more practice you do with them, the better you get, right? Even if you're performing in front of one person, your parents, your friends, a small audience, or if you don't have anybody, if you have no friends like I do, you can just record yourself performing, and it'll simulate, right, the same feeling you get as if you were nervous performing in front of others. Okay, it's better. That's my region's youth symphony orchestra and bassoon. Do you know how many bassoons they may have? Well, orchestra parts usually tend to have two, so it's two different parts, so first and second bassoon, and optional contra. With youth orchestras, they probably like to double each part, so 2 on first, 2 on second. So at least each, depending on how many orchestras you have in there, it's probably 4 per orchestra. So if your youth orchestra has like 2 or 3 orchestras, then 4, 8, 12 ish. That's right. I love performing, right? And I tell people this too. Like, when you get a performance degree, right? You, at that point, by the time you get your performance degree, you would have performed so many times, you don't get stage fright. Like, if I were to give a concert right now, I would just walk on stage and be like, "Hi, it's me. I'm gonna play for you this song. Okay, thanks, bye." So. They should double the contra part for extra beefiness. Yeah, see, I would like that, but here's the problem. Both youth orchestras are lucky to have even one contra bassoon, much less 2. Alrighty. Let's test this one out. Alright, this one's gonna be a little rough, I can already tell, but we're going back to playing. So, mute this. I hope you guys heard how bad that was, because we're going to make it better. So, very hard to play. Not only that, but also very, very, very sharp. So, which is a good thing. Just means that the reed is very dense, and there's a lot of cane left. So we go and we scrape the absolute crap out of this reed until it's less flat or less sharp. What do you think about used Schreiber bassoons? Depends on how desperate we are. If it's legitimately the only bassoon that is around that you can afford and you're just learning the bassoon, sure, it'll work. But as you get better with it, it's probably a good thing for you to move on from the Schreiber. So that's my opinion of it. My Schreiber got me through undergrad, and I don't have any reason to switch to something else. Okay, fair. And like I said, if it works for you, it works for you. A bassoon is better than no bassoon. So, it really just is. It depends on a whole lot of things here. I don't know. I'm also just speaking, you know, whatever. I'm elitist. Oh, I play on a Heckle. Hoo hoo hoo. You know, it's you know. I'm very fortunate enough to have my own, but you know, like a Fox would also do really well too. I've known plenty of professional players who've gotten jobs, more or less, by playing on a Fox 240. Okay, so no matter which bassoon you have, right, the bassoon doesn't make the bassoon player, it's the other way around. The player makes the bassoon. Okay, if I were to play on a Fox myself, I would still sound pretty dang good. The name of the background music is... You're gonna make me read this thing again. So the piece is in French, so I have to read the French name of it, but it's Chants d'Arrière Saison by Bernard Andress, or if you want to translate that in English, it's like The Changing of the Seasons by Bernard Andress. He's more of a harp composer than bassoon composer, but he makes some bomb music. And yeah, anyway, the background music, that's me. I'm playing that. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably switch it to Vivaldi pretty soon. When did I start? Soon I started when I was 11. So, way back. Okay. It's still really firm, but it's in a slightly better place than it was before. Now the goal is, I'm just gonna see if it works better. All right, round 2. Ugh. I am not a fan of this reed. Alright. I still don't like it, but it's better. It's better. It's better. Okay. Alright, we scrape away. Again. Actually, before I do that. Alright, we turn off this. And we add. We add another one here. Let's do... Boom. Ooh, that might have been a little loud. Okay, we switch it up and we do some Vivaldi. Again, this is Vivaldi's Bassoon Concerto in E minor. All right, E minor, yeah. Okay. This is me performing again. This is also the what's called audio file that I use for like all of my bassoon videos. a bit quiet. All right, let me check my levels here. We do this. I forgot that file is a little bit quieter than the other ones. All right. All right, sounds good. Okay, my gut feeling about this read is that this read is not gonna be great. I've just a hunch, you never know. Maybe I'll do some magic here and, you know, get it to work well, but I don't know. Do I play any other instruments? Nope, not really. At least not well. In college, I had to learn how to play piano because that's a degree requirement. So I have that, I guess. Whoa, hold up. When did my camera start acting funny here? There we go. I think. Nice, okay. Okay. I also think this read has a leak, but we will see what happens here. All right, let's try this. Let's try this one out. Again, we mute the music. We mute this mic. Hey, welcome back. Just trying this out. Hello, gross, 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 gross. Oh, this is upsetting. Okay. Let's try a few things around here. We do this, we do this. Okay. How am I? I am doing a-okay. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it. What I wrap my reeds with? I wrap it with hot glue. And we're going to observe that here in a little bit, but it'll look like this. Or if you want to take a look here, Ta-da! Hot glue. And I'll show the process here in a little bit. Okay. Let me play it first. Okay. Okay. It's better, yes, but this is gonna take a minute. Making reeds is like, it's like solving a puzzle, right? It's very rewarding when you can, you know, get it right. But right now, it's very frustrating. Oh, nice, nice. I just leave them on my drying rack. Whenever I do, where's my hot glue gun? Can't remember where I put it. But yeah, I have like a bunch of paper towels just caked with hot glue. Paraffin wax, nice. I use that to, what's called, fix like stuck bassoon joints every now and again. You did not miss much. I am just scraping away. Scraping the life out of this reed. Okay. Ooh, Ducos. You gotta be careful with Ducos cement. I used to use it all the time too, but I just hate how messy it is. And also the smell. Man, that Ducos cement is absolutely intoxicating, and I hate using it. Yeah, no, this reed is gonna go through some trauma right now. I am just going away at it here. I would use my knife again, but this is way more fun. Cane to synthetic. No, I'm kidding. Synthetic reeds have gotten a lot better in recent years, I will admit. But, you know, I've already been doing this for so long. Duco makes them shiny, but it makes them smelly. It smells like a factory. All right. Okay. This reed has been through a lot. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Okay. It's better. But now the more pressing issue is there's a leak. Now, with fixing a leak, there's an easy way and a hard way. So the easiest thing is it'll probably get covered up when I put on the hot glue. Or the harder one is the leak is coming from inside the reed, and I'm gonna have to do some funny shenanigans to get that to work. So we will address that here maybe in a bit. Right now I'm going to scrape away again. Here you go. See, this is the thing. This is the stuff I cut out from my videos because it's literally just scrape, play, scrape, play, scrape, play, scrape, play, scrape, play until it's good. The first one I got lucky on. This one's a journey. Alright, no matter what happens, this might be it for this one. Let me get one more going. Huh. Okay. Ooh, hoo, hoo. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. One more time. Okay, so this one's a work in progress read for sure. I'm not satisfied with this, so I'm gonna leave this one alone. This might get fixed in the near future, just not on stream. That one's gonna be a while. But anywho, we're back to Vivaldi. All right, read number 3. What time is it? We are about to hit 3 hours on this live stream. You know, the crazy thing is, this is like normal read making time here. There we go. Okay. Anyway, you guys want to see how dirty my reed water is? Where is it? Let's do this, camera. Ooh, look at all that settlement on the bottom there. Love it. Okay, I'm actually gonna dump that out. Be right back. All right. Got some new water. Also grabbed a nice little drink for myself. Because your boy is parched. Okay. We continue. But before that, let me see. I'm wondering, what other music do I have on this thing? I'm curious. Alright. Just curious. Ooh. Alright. Everyone doing okay? Still thoroughly entertained by whatever this is. Grinding, don't stop. Oh, wait. You know, as we're waiting. Ta-da! I had a lot of fun making this. Wait, this is my low C extension, whatever, my vacuum tube. It has now been sacrificed to the French horn gods, and here we are. Now it's just used as a prop. Okay. Sadly, that instrument is not playable. Can't do anything with it. I can like hum through it, but that's probably the best thing I can do with it. Okay. Let's speed run this. New razor blade. What is my favorite color? Green. Specifically dark green. Yep, bassoon reeds are much wider. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Right now I am on reed number 3 for today. Nice. Dark green is a great color. Love it, love it. A close second would be gray. I'm trying to see. I only have one more left ready to go, so I might stop after 4. I do have a couple more up here in my drying rack, but I think 4 is plenty for today. Unless you guys want to see me cut like 4 more, which I doubt you guys want me to. Yeah. Fund the arts, please. I was very fortunate enough to go to a school district that had plenty of bassoons. Because, yeah, without it, I mean, I have to remember, right, that not every school district or not every area really gets the proper funding. So, finding bassoons, or, would be hard, and finding bassoon players is even more difficult because of that. Because if you don't have bassoons, then you don't have bassoon players. That's how that works. And so that's an unfortunate thing that a lot of school districts in general, right? Just nobody cares about the arts anymore. It's all about sports and whatever, draws in more money, which I get, but also like we don't want to devalue one thing for the pursuit of another thing. So, yep. That's the state we are at right now. Luckily, my students usually rent bassoons, so getting a hold of it isn't really a problem. But I can totally understand how it would be difficult in other places. Just got caught up to play bassoon from middle school. Any tips? You can watch my video on top 10 beginner bassoon mistakes. So that'll help you out through that first chunk. Go watch that whenever you do get your bassoon. And besides that, get a good teacher. Get a good bassoon teacher. Rentals can be pricey. I'm curious, how much would the rentals be in your case? Alright, goodbye. Thank you for coming to the stream. Got to Interlaken for bassoon. I'm so scared. Oh, that's exciting. Congratulations. Interlaken's fun. And also gorgeous, especially this time of year. $60 for renting an instrument. That sounds reasonable. $125 per month. That's crazy. Yeah, so some of the places that I've seen people rent bassoons, it's like $80 a year. Like the entire year is $80, which is like already a steal. But like if it's 100 and 125 per month, that's insane. Like you might as well just make a payment on a bassoon and then own it at the end. That's ridiculous. Bulk majorities prices. Okay, not surprised. Oh, okay. Bulk majorities rent to own. Okay, okay, that makes it a little better. My reed got stolen and chewed up by a mouse. Alrighty. Well, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure your dog ate your homework too. Oh, my dog ate my homework. Oh, a mouse ate my reed. I can't play in a lesson today. That's a new excuse. No, I'm kidding. That's unfortunate. What is my degree in? Instrumental performance in bassoon. Bachelor's of music. So basically just focusing on bassoon and being able to perform at the highest level. Lessons are supposed to be fun, right? The only time you should be stressed for a lesson is if you were unprepared. So just don't be unprepared. I think that's easy. Okay. Actually, it's still a little thick. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Music theory is cool. That's why I did 5 semesters of it. Everything from Gregorian chants all the way to 20th century chamber music. Oh yeah. Alright, I haven't played on this reed yet, but I have a hunch this could be a good one. So, again, we pause that. And then we play again. This is reed number 3. Ah, okay. Alrighty, it's already better than the last read I worked on. So you see how this works. Not every read will be great. Some will be better than others, and the ones that aren't great, you throw away. Okay. Okay. Do a little more. And just like that, we are past the 3-hour mark on this read making stream. Man, time flies. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We turn this sucker around. Okay. All right, round 2. Hello, Nicholas. Welcome to the stream. I am on read number 3 for today. Yeah, alrighty. Oh, bless up. We actually have a good read. Let's go. Continue the music. You look like a very happy person. Sure, you can say that. Of course I'm happy. I get to do this. I get to play bassoon for a living. That's my life. What were the method, books, studies, or what you did when you played the bassoon in school? When I was in school, I'm trying to see here. Weissenborn. The goats. I did a lot of warm-ups and stuff. So the first half of that purple book, the Weissenborn book, is like, all right, this is how you play a bassoon. Here's a couple of easy exercises, and you can, go through that. And the second half is 50 advanced studies, and you can, study harder excerpts or harder etudes from that section. So we do that. So if you had to pick one method book, it's the Weissenborn for sure. Milday if you want to as well. Milday is also very important. But Weissenborn for sure. Yeah, it looks like it. If I can get my next one to be good too, then it's 3 of 4, which honestly is average percentage. You know, 75%, I will take it. Let this be a lesson, no matter how professional you are, how good of a reed maker you are. The quality of the cane is going to dictate if the reed is good, and not all pieces of cane are made the same. So you could have a good reed, you could have a not so good reed. So don't expect 100% here. Weissenborn is the goats. Barton Kane is also the goats. Okay, this will most likely be that one done, and then I am moving on to, which probably is going to be my last read for today. Okay, flip it around. What is my favorite bassoon solo? Man, that's a good question. Probably Bolero. I like Bolero a lot. This reed can't do Bolero yet, but I promise you I can play it. It's just not this one. What do I want to do with this one? I'm gonna scrape on it a little bit, but Bolero's up there. Tchaikovsky 4 is also up there. What's another good one? Did I buy my bassoon new or used? I bought it used. My bassoon is made in 1929, so it's almost 100 years old. So used. Thoughts on bass guitar? Love the bass guitar. Does not get the amount of love as it should. An incredibly vital and fundamental to a band's sound, but often overlooked. Bassoon repertoire. Alright, so I gotta start with my favorite bassoon solo of all time, the Saint-Saëns Bassoon Sonata, which I'm probably gonna play next year. What else? The Mozart Concerto, right? There's a cajillion versions out there. Go for that. Trying to see other things here. I keep remembering. Can't remember any of these. I have so many in my head right now. Oh, a good Baroque one, the Telemann Sonata in F minor. That one's a great one too. The Hindemith Sonata is a classic as well. And trying to see some other things. Oh, a weird one, not a weird one, but like a one that doesn't get mentioned as much is the Hurlstone Bassoon Sonata. So that one is an English solo, and it's very well done. Very pretty. showed your videos my day. Said it looks worn out. Yep, it is very worn out. It's lived through a bunch of stuff. I'll tell you that it's got some experience on it. But hey, the wear and tear of my bassoon is like character, you know. Yeah, sure, it shows age, but you know, it also shows maturity. It's like, you know, when you know, guys have like the touch of gray in their hair, you know, it's like, ah, yes, it's the very mature, distinguished looking person. So that's what my bassoon is, just a very mature, distinguished looking bassoon. Okay. Let's get to it. Perfect timing. And we alrighty, feeling good. Alright, cool. I'm done with that one. Put that away. Okay, last one. Last one, and then after that, stick around. I'm going to hot glue my reeds, which is actually really nice. And we get to chill, hang out, talk a little bit, and go from there. Bro just flexed on us. Oh no, that's my normal warm-up. Yeah, just a typical normal bassoon warm-up. Anybody can do it. You guys ever see those videos? It's like one of those like stupid MIDI score reading things. It's like a very easy beginner bassoon warm-up, and it's like they play a scale and then it just goes like absolutely just insanely crazy, and it does stuff like you know, like go off the staff, goes like, you know, 8 octaves higher. It plays like the Chick-fil-A theme song. So I think those are hilarious. Hold up, let me see. You know what? We got time. I'm gonna pull it up. By the way, y'all go follow me on TikTok. If you guys haven't. Let me see. Oh, like this. This is so dumb. Anyway, enough of that. I think that one's hilarious. Just because of how dumb that is. Okay, enough of that. beginner friendly. All beginners can do this. That's these warm-up vids. Anyway, they're hilarious. So, alrighty. Again, still waiting for this reed to soak here. I am going to. What am I going to do? Well, right now the Sansons is on. Leave that going on for a bit. My favorite bassoon solo of all time. What would you say helped you develop as a bassoon player? I started playing a couple weeks ago. Getting a good teacher. Getting a good teacher, especially during the summer, right? Most of my growth when I was young happened in between when I was 12 and 13. And all I did was take lessons over the summer. What is my next video going to be about? I have short form content, which is more reed ASMR, because people seem to like that a lot. My next long form video is going to be about flicking, because I know a lot of y'all hate flicking, so I want to make a video just to explain what that is and how to practice that. Okay. Where's my razor blade? You know what, I need to stand up. Alright, y'all. How about we all stand up together? Ugh. Oh, let's stretch. Physical health is important, even when you're practicing. Flicking is a thing of all time. That is correct. All my homies hate flicking. Oh. Okay. Hopefully everybody stood up. Moved around a little bit. Right. Last one. Stretching is good. Stretching. I have to remind myself all the time. It's like sometimes I will just be locked in and making reeds like this, then you know my neck is like this for like 4 hours. So I have to remind myself. Is it bad to flick when you don't need to? I'm gonna talk about this in the video, but just because you can get away with not flicking doesn't mean you should. So it's not bad, you know, no one's gonna know, but you should always try and flick to the best of your abilities. Imagine having to flick. I know, right? What are your opinions on doubling multiple instruments? I mean, if you have the talent to do so, then go for it. There's nothing wrong with that. It does, again, there are some problems. One, if you play an instrument with a different embouchure, you know, if I switch to like a trumpet embouchure, right? Completely different from bassoon. And so if one instrument causes you to not be as good on another instrument, that's where the clashing will happen. So you want to be really careful about that. And also, if you start to double on a whole bunch of different instruments, then you won't, there's not enough hours in the day to practice all of them to be good. So you end up being okay at all of them, but not really necessarily good or great at one of them. So there is a niche for that. People do look for, people who double, because much more bang for your buck in terms of paying out, but it's not the greatest thing. I try not to double, and if I do, it'd be something not involving my face. Tip profilers. I don't use one. This is my tip profiler. This razor blade and my hands. This is my tip profiler. I think tip profilers are very overpriced for what they are. if you want to be more consistent, if you want to pay for having consistent, profiling of the tip, then yeah, sure, buy one. But it's the same reason, I say this is overpriced. This is a Rieger tip cutter, right? What does it do? It cuts the tip of your reeds. You know what else does that? Pretty much any pair of, scissors. Or honestly, an X-Acto knife could also cut the tip of the reed, right? That tip cutter cost me $250, right? You pay for the convenience and the consistency that you get. Would you double on oboe or not? No, oboe is a different beast. I've tried. It's similar enough, but also way different. What's it called? And also, reed making on oboe is much harder than this. Like this is a breeze, but oboe is a whole different thing. It cuts the tip. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's funny. Back when I was in school, right, or when I started making reeds, my tip cutter, right? I didn't have this fancy one, so it was just called a normal tip cutter. So when I bought this fancy one, I actually gave this one a name, but I don't want to say it on stream. But yeah, it's a really funny name. The red Rieger tip cutter. I want that one so bad. It's either that or the dark gray one. I want either one of those, and I don't know. I can't put myself to pull the trigger on it, because mine works just fine. It's dirty, but it's fine. So I have no reason to buy a brand new one just for the color. But it does look really nice though. Congrats. Do you do reed making lessons? Very rarely, but I only do it for my current bassoon students. So technically no. Where is it? Eric Arbiter's Way of Cain. That's a good book. Now, if you are making reeds, right, and if you do need some literature, I highly recommend this one book. Give me 1 second. This one. The Banana of Life. This is written by Ryan Crapo, principal bassoonist of the Houston Symphony. And if you're in the school of making reeds in the Hertzberg style, right, this book will do it for you, right? It's about $25, right? It's this thin, right? It's 100 pages, right? This will tell you everything from how to make a reed, or what to look for on the first day scrape, basically what I'm doing right now, and how to fix reeds. So, get this book. Not sponsored, not paid to say that, just I think it's a great book. The Banana of Life. Anyway, I carry that book with me pretty much everywhere. It's in my case, and I use it in case if I just get stuck or don't know what to do. And I always go back to it. What kept you to the bassoon instead of any other instruments? It's weird. Weirdest looking instrument I've ever seen, or up to that point. When I had joined band, I originally wanted to join on clarinet. And my band director basically just, interviewed me, and then he was like, yeah, you're really weird. How about you play one of these really weird instruments? And so gave me the option of playing oboe or bassoon. In another lifetime, or in another parallel universe, there would have been oboe Dan. So, but no, I picked bassoon because I was just drawn to how unique it looks, right? And at the time when I picked bassoon, I was shorter than the bassoon, right? I hadn't hit puberty yet. So I was shorter than the bassoon, and I was like, I'll play it. I want a challenge, sure. And then, years later, and here we are. The Banana of Life. You know, without context, it might sound a little suspicious, a little suspect here. So be careful when you're googling the banana of life. No, I think my band director is just weird. I mean, we're still good friends to this day. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, he made the right choice. You know, if he put me on bassoon and then I end up being bad, then you know it's all on him. Being shorter than bassoon, yeah, it's really funny too. Like being shorter than bassoon isn't like a super big deal. It's the hand size, right? Now you gotta imagine if you're smaller than the bassoon, your hands are probably equally as small, right? So trying to reach all the keys when you're that age is a pain, right? So you got to go through some, you know, growing pains, and then you can finally fit the instrument. All right, let's speed this up here. Growth spurt, speed run. No, for real. I teach beginners every now and again, and like I've taught some beginners that just like they were so short their feet didn't touch the ground when they sat, and so like part of me is just like, look, kid, please, 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 look, you can practice all you want. I need you to grow like 3 inches taller, please, please. Ugh. My favorite part of the bassoon, like part isn't like the part like the instrument part, or like my favorite part of playing the bassoon. Because if you're asking me for a specific part, I don't know. I guess the vocal, the bell. I don't know. But my favorite part about playing the bassoon is I don't know, just like getting a lot of like weird looks and then playing, and everyone's like, "Whoa, this sounds cool, awesome, I want to play it." I think that's probably the coolest part. All right, and I got that a whole lot after, you know, starting the channel. Everyone's just like, "Whoa, this is a bassoon. You sound pretty good. All right, cool. I guess I want to play it." So yeah, hopefully that answers both of your questions there. I guess my favorite part of the bassoon is the vocal. Okay. Nope, too thick. Alrighty. We switching songs. Actually, no, we'll keep the Sansons. I like Sansons. We'll keep it. We'll keep it. How do you know your reed is too thick or not? Well, see, professional me would have been like, all right, you use a dial indicator, but I just feel it by hand. I just go, yep, too thick, right? Now, I haven't played a single note on this reed yet, but I can just feel with my hands that the taper, like there's a bump in the taper, right? So when after putting the plaque in, right, if your finger runs down the blade of the reed, right, and it gets caught on like the top part here, it's too thick. Now, if you're playing it, if it's too thick, a couple things are going to happen. One, it's going to be really hard to play, right? Think, you know, too thick, less vibrations. You're basically playing on like a 2x4. In terms of pitch, it's going to be really sharp if it's too thick. So, let's give it a shot. All right, this is reed number 4. Ooh. Woo! All right, whoever said 3 of 4, you are correct. Yay, we got another good one. So, 3 out of 4 reads, that's on par. That is pretty much on par. Sadly. Okay. Trying to see. What are your thoughts on the bassoon solo and Tale of the Calendar Prince? Tale of the Calendar Prince-O from Scheherazade, correct? One of the top bassoon solos of all time. Top 5 for sure. What all does your Patreon for someone? So my Patreon can be found in my bio here, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been keeping active with that because again, I'm one person here. I'm trying to make that a little bit more serious. If you're just interested in that, you can just get, if you're interested in just donating money, you can just get the lowest option there, right? And you don't have to do a whole monthly thing. You can just do a one-time thing and be done. Or if you don't want to join the Patreon, you can just buy some music. So my Patreon shop, where I have most of my arrangements and stuff, you can buy music there without being a patron. So if you're interested in buying, like, oh yeah, I like his cover of Moon River, you just buy it for like, what, $3-4, and then, you know, not become a member. So up to you. What reed shape do I play on? Currently, I am playing on a Rieger 1A. I flip-flop between this and Hertzberg a whole lot. But right now, I've been on a big Rieger 1A streak here. Okay, this one was already pretty good, so I'm going to get it comfortable here. Trying to see, where do I buy my reed cane from? I get it from 2 main places. First one, I get one from Barton Cane, the goats of bassoon cane, Barton Cane. I'm not sponsored, again. I just like their stuff. And then the second one would be Miller Marketing. This one's a little bit weird, right? Miller Marketing cane. Now they have more options and they're less expensive. Now that's not a knock on Barton Cane. Barton Cane, think of it, Barton Cane is like bougie, like premier bassoon cane, right? If you're a professional and you know what you're doing and you've been making reeds for years, I would suggest Barton Cane. If you're just starting out and you don't want to spend all that money on, you know, practicing on scraping to make reeds, I would go with Miller Marketing, right? Miller Marketing, like depending on what kind of cane you get or what shape you get, is legit half the price of Barton Cane. So there you go. If you're just learning how to make reads, I would suggest Miller Marketing. If you're already more experienced, go Barton Kane. Will you make me an overread? No, I do not make overreads. Overreads are even harder than this. All right. We try this again. Woo! Whoa! Oh yeah, we're good here. Okay, hello Princess VR, welcome to the stream here. We're on read number 4. Alright, goodbye Red Viper. Thank you for being part of the stream. Appreciate your time here. Okay, we got 3 good reads and 1 read. So, what is the next step from here? Alright, lastly, I'm gonna turn on my music here. Lastly, we're going to do my favorite part of read making, is I'm going to plug in the hot glue gun. Where is my hot glue gun? I might have left it in my other room. I will be right back. Okay. Got my hot glue gun here. Now, I've legitimately had this for like over 10 years now. It's very beat up. I am going to plug this thing in somewhere. Okay, welcome back, Mew fan. We are nearing the end here. I just finished making 4 reads, 3 of which are pretty okay, 1 of which is So, as I'm waiting for the hot glue gun to heat up here, I am going to pack up a little bit. Also, I'm going to show you what's in my read making bag here. So, fun thing about this is actually an oboe read making case. Ta-da! But I kind of repurposed it. So, I have my collection of files, right? Now, they all do different things. I have a triangular file, which is the one I was using for however long. I have a flat one. I have a round one, often nicknamed the rat tail. And then another triangle one. Oh. Okay. Everything else. What else goes in here? Ruler. Knife. Hello, Joe. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the love. What's all the spaghetti on the glue gun? Yeah, man, it's been through some stuff. I've had this for like 10 years now. So, yeah, it's fine. It still works. I promise. Alright, my reamer. My forming pin vise. What else goes in here? My plaque. Super easy to lose. And then we put that in here. Now as we wait for that to heat up, I'm gonna put the 4, I don't know if you guys remember the 4 at the very beginning of the stream here. It has since dried off. So I can now grab it and put it in my case. And yeah, it's that easy. Why do you use a hot glue gun? It is much easier and less time consuming than using thread. Plus I can make cool colors with it. Alrighty. Thoughts on marching bassoon? I did make a video about it. And long story short, I don't like it. I do not like it at all. I plan on making another video about marching bassoons, a little bit more in depth compared to the last one. So, what else? Heck yeah! If the band director recommends your daughter play bassoon, that's actually a big compliment, right? Not everyone gets to play bassoon, and bassoon is seen as a quote-unquote harder instrument to pick up at the beginning, so that's a good thing. Bro, I want to learn bassoon. Nothing's stopping you. Go out there and learn. Right, as we wait for this to heat up, so this is gonna take a minute to heat up because hot glue guns take like a while. I usually clean up at this time if I weren't streaming, but since I am, let's just hang out and chat a little bit here. Really wish you could have done some solos during March band in high school. See, using in a solo setting is cool. You know, it's bonus points for sure, but also like worrying about taking out the bassoons. Like I've seen bassoons on the stands on like football fields like tip over because of how windy it was outside. You know, there are a lot of things, a lot of factors you have to put up with when you're playing outside. It's like, yeah, sure, you're not playing and marching, but also like, ugh. Okay. Chat a little bit here. Oh, I got a question about this every now and again. The old string from the beginning of the stream, do I reuse it? No, it's string. It costs like 10 cents. Just throw it away. Okay. Alright, we put up the wire. This is number 1. This is number 2, the crappy one. This is number 3, the pretty good one. And number 4, probably the best one. The string is to help with the forming process. So this part here, right? So I did this earlier in the stream. Whenever you start with a piece of cane, it's flat like that. You shove the pin in and it rounds out like that, right? And so if I don't have the string, it will want to go back into being a flatter diamond shaped kind of thing. So with the string, you can maintain its roundness a lot better. Some people use rubber bands for that part as well, but I use string. Man, we're almost at 4 hours for the stream. That's crazy. That's honestly, it's average. It's never too late to play the bassoon. I've taught beginners in like their 50s to play the bassoon. It's not too late. Not too late. You already have access to a bassoon. That's already more than most people. What bassoon do I play on? I play on a Heckel 6000 series. Ugh. And ta-da! All right. So for my non-bassoon players, Heckel is like it's like the Stradivarius of bassoons. It's usually seen as like the top tier professional, whatever. It's not as expensive as a Stradivarius, but it is still expensive. So, man, what do you practice when playing? Scales, long tones, dynamics, vibrato, thirds, arpeggios, etudes, solo, ensemble music. That's it. The Beethoven 4 double tonguing excerpt. Hold up, let me grab my reed. Okay. Beethoven 4. For that audition. All right, so it's gonna be really common for you to go way faster than you need to, right? You want to go fast enough to where the double tonguing sounds clean. If you go, it's like Marriage of Figaro. If you go too slow, you can hear the choppiness of the double tonguing. If you go too fast, then you risk messing up the grace note at the top there. So, from now until your audition, I like to just go like just like a one and done. So in your practice sessions, you could be working on something, and then you go, all right, Beethoven 4 time. And then if it's good, great. If it's not good, then you go back at it like 10 minutes later. So that's my advice, because the Beethoven 4 solo happens so quick that, you know, you can practice it all you want. You can practice it beat by beat, but it's about practicing it under pressure. Let me turn off one of my mics here. Right? So for me, I always struggle with the grace note at the top there, so I practice that to death. So let's say you're practicing like, oh, let me get a couple scales going. All right, and you're doing your scales, whatever. Then you go, all right, Beethoven 4 time. And then you just go from there, right? And then if it's good, great. If it's not, you move on and you come back to it. So call that like just one and dones there. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that one. That one is a tough one for sure. Ooh. Alright. Hot glue gun is still heating up. We're working on some more stuff. Again, if you already haven't, social media stuff, go follow me on all 3 of these platforms here, right? Go and do that. And if you already are, tell your friends, right? Tell your friends. We're trying to make it big here. It's time to practice. Alrighty, hot glue gun's almost here. I'm gonna take a look at this. Don't procrastinate on practice. It's always time to practice. If you procrastinate, it doesn't matter. You still have to practice. Okay. I'm gonna get these ready. We'll do yellow, whites. Beautiful. Alrighty, let's test this out. Nice. Okay. How many hours a day do you try to practice? 4. So, spend 4 hours on read making, 4 hours on practicing. That's an ideal day. Sometimes I might not get to 4, I might get to 3. And no matter what happens during your day, you might have a bad day or, you know, things happen. Some practice is better than none. And there you go. Even like 30 minutes will help out. Okay. Cool. Let's add some hot glue. So I picked, the cool thing about using hot glue as well is that you get to pick and mix colors here. Right now I'm mixing yellow and whites, which makes like a nice like banana cream lemon tart kind of thing. Looks really cool. Boom. How long have I had this hot glue paper towel for? You know, surprisingly not as long. Not very long. Maybe like a few weeks. Well, wherever the last time I had green. Yellow. Okay. Alright. Here, take a look at the read cam there. And that's a finished bassoon reed, essentially. Now I still have to go back to it on tomorrow and the next day to finalize and finish up the scraping, but yeah, this is essentially how it's made. I'm gonna let this, do I color code my reeds at all? Nope, not really. I just pick colors that look good and put them on. Alrighty, we let that dry, we move on to the next one. Come on. Come on. There we go. Welcome, Brawl Superstars, on joining. We're just about to finish up here. Go ahead and ask your question there. We're all friends here. Whoa. Woo! Alrighty. Thank you for the compliments there. I like my clock too. It's a constant reminder. I'm gonna make a next video on my channel, Bassoon Solo, which type of music is gonna sound the best. Keep it easy and silly, right? You can play, you know, super hard pieces, right? But if you can't play it well, then it defeats the purpose. Play something that sounds good for you. And it could be as easy as, I don't know, Sorcerer's Apprentice. That's easy-ish, right? And a lot of people will know that. Or In the Hall of the Mountain King. That's a good one too. Luca, you did not miss much here. I am just finishing up with some hot gluing of our 4 reeds for today. Do I play anywhere right now? How do you balance your teaching and performing? I'm band director at high school. Awesome. Sick. Alrighty. Trevor, if you don't mind me asking, where do you, what state do you teach band at? Right now, I currently do not play anywhere at the moment. I have to split up my time between this and content creation, right? And I talked about this earlier in the stream. I could go out and just like win a job, or, you know, I attempt to win a job if I wanted to. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like I could be doing more, right? Hence why I started the channel. And, you know, to promote bassoon awareness, as somebody once said. So trying to get more people to not only know what a bassoon is, but also see, hey, it's a pretty cool thing. It's a really cool instrument. A lot of neat things about it. And yeah, just keeping people entertained like that. So I could join, you know, a big wig orchestra and be fine there, but you know, people still won't know what a bassoon is, which kind of defeats the purpose. So here I am. Woo! Okay. Tennessee. Gotcha. Alrighty. I have to ask there. I don't know what the marching band scene is like in Tennessee. So. There are literally quite 4 of us who play bassoon in that area. It's pretty barren. Yeah. Good bassoon players, man. They're very, very scarce here, right? And it's a systematic thing on why there's so few bassoons. Bassoons are expensive. People don't want to spend money on the arts, so people don't buy bassoons. And then you don't have bassoons, you don't have bassoon players, right? And rinse and repeat. So again, I was very fortunate to go to, you know, a school district with plenty of funding for the arts and a good bassoon teacher. So the least I could do was pass it on down. Difference between thread and glue. Glue, it's more freedom of colors. It looks a little bit more, I don't know, I wouldn't say like ununiform, but it's way quicker. That's probably the main reason. It's just way quicker than thread. I'm too lazy to thread it myself. So. Alrighty, and thanks, Trevor. Thank you. I appreciate all the love from Tennessee there. Very much. Do I name my instruments? I do not. I do not. This one is just simply known as Heckle. Okay. Anyway, and there you have it, folks. We have 4 finished bassoon reeds and a bunch of other made-up ones, and my fake, quote-unquote, fake oboe reed. Ta-da! Anyway, I have to leave these to dry, and then I can put up the wires and then put it in my case. So let's do this, actually. We move these down. Gotta make some space here. These 2 reeds suck. Alrighty. We got some time to kill here. Any other lingering questions you guys might have? Or we can just stay here, chat for a little bit, chill for a little bit. Darth Maul. That's a sick name, honestly. Do I sell my reads? I sell them to my students, so I do not sell them publicly. Sorry. What am I missing? Sandpaper. That's what it is. Goodbye, Music Make. Appreciate you on stopping on by. Do I play contrabassoon? Yes, I do play contrabassoon. I've played contrabassoon professionally. However, I do not own a contrabassoon, so kind of sucks. If I do, when I do get a contrabassoon, I will be sure to make a ton of content with it. For sure. Oh, thank you, Crazy Crafts. Yeah, y'all have been great. Y'all have been a lot of fun. So I'm just trying to get our very small niche bassoon community together and just hang out and chill. Nothing wrong with that. So appreciate all the friendliness here on this stream. Contrabassoons are just as expensive, if not more expensive, than a regular bassoon. So contrabassoon actually has less keys than a regular bassoon, but still equally as hard. Do I know how to make contra reeds? Yes, I do. But I don't want to make them. It's like, there's no point in me making them if I don't have a contrabassoon. So I don't make them, but I know how to. It's almost the same as this, just bigger. What else do you play or do in your free time? In my free time? That. That's all I do. No, but for real. Oh yeah, hold up. You guys want to see the difference between a regular reed and a contrabassoon reed? I'm gonna go grab mine. Okay. Okay, so here's normal, or let me move this. All right, here's normal, everyday, regular bassoon reed, right? Here's a contrabassoon reed. Way, 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 way bigger. Yeah, let's get a good look at that. Ta-da! So, much bigger. Now, the overall structure and shape and whatever technique, it's almost the same as the small one. It's just, you get more room to mess up, is the contra. This thing is, it's a big boy. It's a hefty boy. It's a big old chungus for sure. But yeah, so, contra reed. Really fun. Do they sound the same? It sounds lower. You know, bigger reed, lower sound. Can you play the contra reed? Sure, why not? Okay, I'll let the thing soak for a bit here. I'll put a comparison one, why not? Let's not do this reed, let's do, where's my other reed? Okay. Seat strap, seat strap. Ooh. Okay. This is a normal one. Here's the contra one. Yeah, so pretty low. Now, I'm pretty sure you can play it on a bassoon. Let's try it out. So, contra reed this time on a normal bassoon. Ta-da! Sounds more contra-like with that. And yeah, that's a contra reed. Fun stuff. It does sound contra-like for sure. And that's because of how low it is. But yeah, like I said, if I ever get the chance to own a contra, buy one, rent one, whatever, I will for sure play it on the channel and make a video about it, because you know, playing a contra bassoon, there's a lot of different skills that you need for that. Number one being to carry the contra bassoon. The thing is heavy. It's like 60 pounds, the contra bassoon. So not fun. And then you have to carry the stand for it too. All right. Last up, now that the hot glue has dried off, I'm going to push this wire down. And then put it in my reed case. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then grab this one. Boom! Ready? Woo! A full reed case. Look at this. It's so blessed. This is probably the best. Anyway, 10 newish bassoon reeds. Yeah? Really nice, really nice. You have the new ones on the right and the older ones on the left. So I'll indicate it by color here. But yeah, that's a full reed case. How many reed cases do I have? I have 2. So I have this one, very new. And then I have my old one, very beat up, right? This is to hold my work in progress reeds, right? So off stream, I'm gonna work on these couple whenever they dry off, and I'll put them in this case. So 2 reed cases, 1 for carrying with me, 1 for working on. But yeah, that's reed making 101. It doesn't soak the reeds before playing because they say it breaks down the reeds faster. Soaking the reed in water isn't gonna break down the reed, the saliva will. So if you soak it in your, so regardless of if you soak it in water or not, it is going to break down regardless, unless you just have no saliva in your mouth. So it will break down just as easily or just as quick, right? You should always try to soak it in a cup of water just to, you know, not rely so much on your saliva. So it will break down for sure. Just soak it in a different thing. English horn is closer to an oboe, so just like the contra bassoon is more similar to a bassoon. So, and there you go. Alrighty, cool. This has been a very, very, very fun stream. So hopefully I do more in the near future. I want to thank everybody here for coming out and watching me just ramble, yap for 4 hours. 4 freaking hours, over 4 hours now, on just making reads. Again, I do this on a pretty normal basis. I just don't have the cameras. So, besides that, hopefully you guys like this. Hopefully you guys like my music choices and the read cam. I think it's really awesome here. So, again, follow me on social media stuff down here, right? Get your friends to follow me. Do whatever it takes, right? I'm trying to get to some more subscribers, right? So I can bring you guys more content, right? The more subscribers I get, the more time I have to make content. So there you go. Hopefully everything worked out, right? And the mic setup and the camera setup, the cameras setup worked out just fine. So yeah, this is just a normal day. Again, if I weren't streaming, I'd be watching YouTube or Netflix or whatever. So it's great chatting with y'all. I want to, reach out and engage with, my audience and my fan base a little bit more. So I'm going to try to do this some more. Probably not next week. We'll see what happens. I do have to record some content for you guys. So I have a new short coming out very soon. It's going to be more read making as ASMR stuff. And then what's the next one? The next one's going to be a more long form video about flicking. So stay tuned and listen to that. So besides that, I'm going to leave the chat going on for a little bit more. I'm going to end the stream. So you get to listen to the Bassoon Dan theme song. So have fun with that. I hope everyone has a great Memorial Day weekend. I will catch you around next time. And keep practicing!
There's a guy called Danny, plays the bassoon on YouTube every night to a gentle tune, with a gleam in his eye and a big brown bat. You click subscribe, you know you're coming back. Bassoon Dan.